All right, the board is now convening. We're going to call the meeting into session, and we're just going to move to having have a motion to go to executive session. But just to identify that we have a quorum, please indicate whether or not your presence by saying aye. Trustee Flores?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Dr. Dickerson?
Aye.
Trustee Keynes?
Aye.
Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Triano, vote aye. We have a quorum. May I now have a motion to go in executive session to discuss an item of personnel?
So moved.
Been moved by Trustee Ewing. I'm sorry, is the District Clerk Pro Tem taking this down? I didn't.
No.
Okay. So we just call the meeting to order. We have 6 members in attendance. Ms. Bowling will not be joining us today. I asked for a motion to go into executive session to discuss an item of personnel. Vice President Ewing made the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Wilson. Ayes. Trustee Flores?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Dr. Dickerson?
Aye.
Trustee Keynes? Aye. Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Triano, vote aye. Motion carries. Thank you, Board. We're now going to go to the library for executive session.
classroom. Every day, every day, every day, we are here for kids. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. We need the parents and the teachers, the community. We are here for kids. 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 The children are our future. We are here for kids. Every day in the classroom. Every day, every day, every day. We are here for kids. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. We need the parents and the teachers, the community. We are here for kids. 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 The children are our future. We are here for kids. Every day in the classroom. Every day, every day, every day. We are here for kids. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. We need the parents and the teachers, the community. We are here for kids. 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 The children are our future. We are here for kids. Every day in the classroom. Every day, every day, every day. We are here for kids. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. We need the parents and the teachers, the community. We are here for kids. 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 The children are our future. We are here for kids. Every day in the classroom. Every day, every day, every day. We are here for kids. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. We need the parents and the teachers, the community. We are here for kids. 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 future, we are here for kids. Every day in the classroom, every day, every day, every day, we are here for kids. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. We need the parents and the teachers, the community. We are here for kids. 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 The children are our future. We are here for kids. Every day in the classroom. Every day, every day, every day. We are here for kids. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. We need the parents and the teachers, the community. We are here for kids. 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 The children are our future. We are here for kids. Every day in the classroom. Every day, every day, every day. We are here for kids. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. We need the parents and the teachers, the community. We are here for kids. 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 The children are our future. We are here for kids. Every day in the classroom. Every day, every day, every day. We are here for kids. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. We need the parents and the teachers, the community. We are here for kids. 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 The children are our future. We are here for kids. Every day in the classroom. Every day, every day, every day. We are here for kids. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. We need the parents and the teachers, the community. We are here for kids. 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 day in the classroom, every day, every day, every day, we are here for kids. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. We need the parents and the teachers, the community. We are here for kids. 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 The children are our future. We are here for kids. Every day in the classroom. Every day, every day, every day. We are here for kids. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. We need the parents and the teachers, the community. We are here for kids. 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 The children are our future. We are here for kids. Every day in the classroom. Every day, every day, every day. We are here for kids. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. We need the parents and the teachers, the community. We are here for kids. 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 The children are our future. We are here for kids. Every day in the classroom. Every day, every day, every day. We are here for kids. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. We need the parents and the teachers, the community. We are here for kids. 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 The children are our future. We are here for kids. Every day in the classroom. Every day, every day, every day. We are here for kids. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. We need the parents and the teachers, the community. We are here for kids. 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 our future. We are here for kids. Every day in the classroom. Every day, every day, every day. We are here for kids. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. We need the parents and the teachers, the community. We are here for kids. 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 The children are our future. We are here for kids. Every day in the classroom. Every day, every day, every day. We are here for kids. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. We need the parents and the teachers, the community. We are here for kids. 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 The children are our future. We are here for kids. Every day in the classroom. Every day, every day, every day. We are here for kids. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. We need the parents and the teachers, the community. We are here for kids. 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 The children are our future. We are here for kids. Every day in the classroom. Every day, every day, every day. We are here for kids. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. We need the parents and the teachers, the community. We are here for kids. 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 The children are our future. We are here for kids. Every day in the classroom. Every day, every day, every day. We are here for kids. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. We need the parents and the teachers, the community. We are here for kids. 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 are here for kids. Every day in the classroom. Every day, every day, every day. We are here for kids. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. We need the parents and the teachers, the community. We are here for kids. 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 The children are our future. We are here for kids. Every day in the classroom. Every day, every day, every day. We are here for kids. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. We need the parents and the teachers, the community. We are here for kids. 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 The children are our future. We are here for kids. Every day in the classroom. Every day, every day, every day. We are here for kids. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. We need the parents and the teachers, the community. We are here for kids. 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 The children are our future. We are here for kids. Every day in the classroom. Every day, every day, every day. We are here for kids. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. We need the parents and the teachers, the community. We are here for kids. 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 We are here for kids.
Good evening, everybody. District Clerk, can you please call the meeting to order?
Good evening, Westbury family. Welcome to the Board of Education Action Meeting. Today is October the 22nd. Trustee McTeer Flores.
Here.
Trustee Michelle Wilson.
Present.
Trustee Rodney Keynes. Trustee Dr. Pless Dickerson.
Present.
Ex officio student Eli Hunt.
Present.
Vice President Floyd Ewing.
Present.
Board President Robert Triano Jr.
Present.
Mr. President, we have a quorum.
Thank you, District Clerk. I ask everybody to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silent reflection. All right, can I have a motion to approve the minutes of September 9th and September 16th, 2025?
So moved.
It's been moved by Vice President Ewing. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Dr. Dickerson. Ayes. I can't see way down there. I think we have Trustee Flores,
Aye.
Trustee Wilson,
Aye.
Trustee Keynes,
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson,
Aye.
Vice President Ewing,
Aye.
and I, Robert Triano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. We will now have a report from Dr. Chase.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to recognize our administrators who are in the audience, as well as our educators, our teachers who are here again, and I will say this over and over and over. It is really an honor to have your presence here. We know that you've worked hard all day, and you were with our beautiful scholars all day, and so we appreciate your continued concern and care and dedication to our school district, and even in the evening hours. It gives me an immense joy to share with you all that we will have I believe it's our 3rd annual SEL Fair, November 8th, Saturday, here at the Westbury High School, beginning at 10 a.m. through 2 p.m. Why is this event so important? Well, not only is it a community event where we get to bring our community partners and community members together, it's also an opportunity to focus on our social emotional health and our wellness. We are all very, very busy people, and we think about everyone else. This is an opportunity where we will think about ourselves. There will be a variety of health screenings available free of charge. There will be classes to learn about how we can better take care of our well-being, our mental health, our emotional health, and even our physical health. We encourage you to take advantage of this opportunity. And as you are aware, the Westbury Union Free School District is a school district that's not only focused on its academic excellence, but we're also focused on the well-being of our scholars and our staff and faculty. And of course, we extend that concern to our community. So we do ask that you consider making a day of it, spending some time with us. You can bring the family because it is definitely family friendly. Our student trustee will talk about another upcoming event that is going to take place this weekend, so I won't steal that from him. But before I pass the baton to our student trustee, I want to just share with the community that about 2 hours or so ago, you received an email from the school district, and it's an email that invites you to participate in the development of our strategic plan. Not only did our community members receive this, but every staff member in our school district and even our scholars. We want to hear your voice. As you are aware, our current strategic plan has sunset, and now it is time to set a new course for the next few years. But we can't do that alone. It is not just the board, the superintendent, the administrators, the dais, and a few teachers, but we want to hear from all of you. We want to hear about what it is that we're doing well. We want to hear about what it is that you'd like to see more of. We'd like to hear from you as to areas in which we should focus. And all of those things will be taken into consideration as we build and chart our new compass toward excellence in the next couple of years. You will see a link. A link will take you to a platform called Thought Exchange. Thought Exchange is a two-way platform that the district has used for several years, and we're going to leverage that platform so that we can cast a wide net. And here's what that means. What that means is that busy mom who's watching me right now, or that busy dad who's watching, or that busy caregiver who just can't get out to the meetings, you too will have an opportunity to use your voice and leverage your voice to share with us ways in which we can do better and how we can do better together. Perhaps English is not your first language. You can set Thought Exchange to the language of your choice and still participate, and it will be translated to us in English so that we can hear from you. We're trying to make this as inclusive as we possibly can because every voice matters. This is our school district, and it is our future. And so we encourage you to please click the link. You will see during homecoming And also, just for the next 3 weeks that the survey is available, there will be a QR code that you can use if you'd like. I have copies of it, but if you check your email, we encourage you all to please participate. We launched this literally 2 hours ago, and Mr. Alert, we have about how many respondents so far? 70 respondents. Thank you. So please continue to respond. Please encourage your neighbors, your friends, and we ask that our teachers who are here, we need to hear from you. We need to hear how we could invest in the future of Westbury. Administrators, we need to hear from you. Alumni, we need to hear from you. Scholars, we need to hear from you. Anyone who has a concern, residents, we need to hear from you. So we look forward to your response. We look forward to your participation, and we thank you in advance. So, Mr. President, part of my report is that I take pleasure in sitting next to this magnificent young man who is our trustee scholar member, Trustee Hunt. And so he also has a report, so I'd like to share my time with Trustee Hunt, if that's okay.
Yeah, please do.
Trustee Hunt?
Good evening. I wanted to report that student participation in Spirit Week has risen, representing our student pride in the school. On top of that, student interest in college fairs has also risen, representing our students' readiness for college. I also wanted to make an announcement and invite everyone, friends, family, and all alike, to our homecoming this Saturday, October 25th, where we will have many festivities, starting off with our pancake breakfast from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. After that, we will have a parade starting at 12 p.m. and then we will end the night, and we'll end the day off with a kickoff of football, where the Westbury Dragons will face the Hicksville Comets on our very own stage. I would like to invite all friends, family, and alumni to come watch our game and have a good time. Thank you.
Oh, no, you can do better than that. This is his first report. Come on now. Mr. President, that concludes our report.
Thank you. Also playing a football game on Saturday, right? Yeah. What time is that game? 2 p.m. Who are we playing? The Hicksville Comets, okay. And are you playing in that game?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. Congratulations again to you for being on the board. We're really very happy to have you. And congratulations on also being on the football team and a variety of other extracurricular activities. It's good to have you join us. Thank you. We're now going to get a report from Rodney Keynes, who is representing the Facilities Committee. The Facilities Committee is a subcommittee of the board. It's an informal committee that consists of not only Mr. Keynes, but also Trustee Wilson and Vice President Ewing. Mr. Keynes?
Thank you, Robert. Good evening, community, staff. So as Robert said, we sit on a committee to discuss concerns and upgrades to the facilities. And one of the things that brings me great joy is that I know you've all seen the windmills at the various schools. Those windmills are an example of the shift, the attempt to shift a culture of energy conservation within the district. Those windmills give our scholars the opportunity to study how energy is created via wind power and light power, sunlight power. Although those windmills are examples of it, if you look at our middle school, you can't really see it, but our middle school has solar panels that were installed on its roof, as well as the carport that's installed here at the high school. Some time ago, there was an energy performance contract that was completed, and that energy performance contract basically was an audit of the district, and various, they call them ECMs, energy conservation measures, were developed, and the district entered into an agreement to install those measures. And as a result of that contract, annually there's a report that is produced by Honeywell to update us on the performance of those measures. So each measure basically has a certain energy conservation metric to it. And so out of the ECMs, there were 12 ECMs that were identified, and there are ECMs that relate to an energy savings, and some of those ECMs also relate to an operational savings, right? Because when you shift the culture to a mindset of energy conservation, then your maintenance costs should go down as well. And so just to kind of highlight some of the energy conservation measures, there was LED lighting and lighting controls that were installed throughout the district. There was walk-in freezer and cooler controllers. These things basically allow the walk-in coolers to not short cycle. So, sometimes we say at home to keep the refrigerator door closed because we can't cool off the whole house. Well, the walk-in freezers are the same way. So there were controllers that were added to them. We also have a building management system that monitors the temperature in various locations throughout the district. So there were upgrades that were made to that as well. There were also building envelope improvements. Now, your building envelope is the way your building reacts in terms of insulation, air gaps, things of that nature. So during this audit, these various measures were identified as ways that we could save energy in the school district. One of them that a lot of people don't realize is desktop computer management. Oftentimes when when school's over or at the end of the day, we don't need to leave a lot of devices on because they're a constant draw of energy. So there was programming that was installed so that various devices that have high energy consumption actually will shut down or go into a sleep mode just in case we don't do it ourselves. And then, of course, I mentioned the solar PV system. So we have received the second annual report. It's the second report of 18. So we'll get 18 reports commenting on the performance. And the option C, when I talked about the operational maintenance savings, that's any of the items that affect our natural gas consumption. So like pipe insulation, various items with boiler upgrades. These things will reduce the amount of natural gas that we have to use because we're given less heat. We're using less gas to create the same amount of heat. And so there's savings that are associated with it. Part of the energy performance contract is that the performance is guaranteed. And so this report details each conservation measure and whether or not we met the goal of energy savings or not. And I'm proud to say that in this case, all of our energy conservation measures met the goal or exceeded the goal. So we're moving in the right direction in terms of just creating a climate of energy conservation. So, when you see the windmills and you see the carport, these are things that just keep you reminded that, all of the things that we have in the school, when it's cool in the summer and it's warm in the winter, that's costing money. And so if we're able to trim that load and save money for our taxpayers ultimately, it just affords us the opportunity to do other things. So that was a very good report that we received. And, as we move forward, we can get into more detail, but that's really good just for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keynes. Just to piggyback on that, just give you a brief overview of what the Facilities Committee does. Basically, what we do is we work alongside Mr. Stein. What's Mary's last name? Huh? Mary O'Neill. I don't know why I said. I draw a blank, Mary. Mary O'Neill and Mr. Sudran and also Mr. Hardy, who are part of our facilities and business office, as well as our engineers, Elite, and also Mamasi, which are our architect, to oversee and look over all of the projects that are going, various projects that are going down through the district. We have many, as you may know. We've put away capital capital funds to be able to do some of these projects. And what we do is we make sure we marshal and manage that money properly in order to get to the changes and upgrades to the facilities as necessary. So we look at the vestibules, roofing improvements, anything, safety items. That's what we do in order to make sure that the district is getting the proper maintenance, upgrades, and beautiful facilities that we have today. So that is the basics, essence of the facility committee, to really go over an overview, and we present to the board as to what we're going forward, what we're doing, and also ultimately the community as well, as to what we respond to. So that's what we do, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Floyd and Rodney. Dr. Chase?
Two things. During my report, I had it on my list, and I don't know why. I guess I got excited about Eli's presentation, but I wanted to once again acknowledge our school board. Last week, it was School Board Appreciation Week, and we did not have this captive audience when we acknowledge our school board members for School Board Recognition Week. And so I wish again to acknowledge the individuals who are sitting on the dais to my right, who volunteer their time to ensure compliance, to ensure that our scholars and our staff and faculty have all the resources that they need to be successful. So the successes that you are continuing to hear about our school district are guided by the individuals who are to my right. So I do ask, once again, now that we do have an audience, and you guys missed it last week, so be sure to watch it on YouTube. I wish to acknowledge our 7 board members for a job well done, and I know that I speak on behalf of everyone in our school community by simply saying thank you for all that you do. So please join me.
Thank you for that acknowledgement.
All right. Part of the work that we do on both sides of the dais of me is to ensure trust and transparency in our financial responsibility. And with that, we undergo an audit, a yearly audit. And during the week of August 4th, our school district underwent an audit, and our auditors are here to provide the findings of such an assessment. So we are proud and happy to share with you that we invite Mr. John Costello, and I hope I pronounced that correctly, good, to the forefront so that you can be as transparent with our community in terms of how we are managing our taxpayers' dollars. So Mr. Costello represents EFPR Group. They are certified public accountants, and I believe, Mr. Costello, you are the engagement partner of this particular organization. And so I present to you our audience.
Okay, like you said, I'm the engagement partner. Mr. Douglas Zimmerman is the technical review partner.
Can you all hear him?
Oh, gotta get a little closer, sorry. And Aaron Woodward, he was the engagement supervisor.
Yes, sir.
Like you had mentioned, audit test work took place the week of August 4th. Preliminary draft financial statements were issued on September 26th, and tonight we're presenting to the board. Audit results, unmodified opinions or clean opinions will be issued on the following reports: the basic financial statements, the federal grant compliance audit, otherwise known as a single audit, and the extra classroom activity funds. All records and information requested by EFPR Group were freely available for our inspection. The results of our tests disclosed no instances of material weaknesses or significant deficiencies related to financial reporting that are required to be reported under government auditing standards. One item of noncompliance, however, was required to be reported. The district was not in compliance with Section 1318 of the Real Property Tax Law, which limits unrestricted fund balance in the general fund to no more than 4% of the subsequent year's budget. The district's actual percentage was 5.33. The only item left open is obtaining a management representation letter once the audit has been approved. On the next page, we have district-wide financial results. This is combining all your funds together, bringing on your long-term assets and liabilities, similar to a corporation. Total assets increased to $13 million to a balance of $204 million. This was mainly a result of the net pension liability for the Teachers Retirement System, TRS, becoming an asset during the current year. Deferred outflows of resources increased $3.7 million to a balance of $94 million as a result of actuarial changes related to pensions and other post-employment benefits. Those changes for pensions are reported to you by New York State, and you hire a third party to calculate the OPEB. Total liabilities decreased $19 million to a balance of $336 million, again, mainly as a result of actuarial changes related to pensions. Deferred inflows of resources increased $31.7 million to a balance of $130 million, again, primarily as a result of actuarial changes related to pensions and OPEB. On the next page, net position increased $4 million to a deficit balance of $168 million. The change in each net position classification was as follows. Net investment capital assets increased $5.3 million to a balance of $47.5 as additions and principal payments on related debt exceeded depreciation. Restricted net position increased $5.6 million to a balance of $45.5 million as funding of reserves exceeded appropriations. Unrestricted net position, the deficit decreased $6.8 million to a balance of $261 million. This deficit is a direct result of reporting OPEB as recorded by Governmental Accounting Standards Board, statement number 75. Next page, district-wide continued. Program revenue was $14 million, which was a decrease of $1.1 million from the prior year due to decreased federal aid. General revenue was $187.3 million, which was an increase of $1.4 million over the prior year. This was due to an increase in use of money and property and miscellaneous revenue. Expenses were $197.6 million, which was a decrease of $6.6 million over the prior year. This was mainly due to the impact of actuarial changes to pensions and OPEB. The next page, this is the financial results of the general fund. This is the modified accrual. This is what you would normally get reports on from the district. Total assets decreased $11.8 million to a balance of $79.8. This was mainly as a result of a decrease in cash and equivalents and interfund receivables. Total liabilities decreased $8.8 million to a balance of $27.4 million, mainly as a result of a decrease in accounts payable and interfund payables. The net change in the general fund's fund balance was a decrease of $3 million to a balance of $52.4 million. Next page, change in each fund balance classification was as follows. Restricted decreased $4.9 million to a balance of $24.3 million as appropriations exceeded funding of reserves. Signed fund balance increased $1.8 million to a balance of $17.4 due to an increase in year-end encumbrances. Unassigned increased $89,000 to a balance of $10.7 million. Revenue was $187.4 million, an increase of $1.3 million over the prior year. This is a result of an increase in property taxes from a higher levy and use of money and property due to higher interest rates. Expenditures were $197.7 million, an increase of $7.8 million over the prior year. This is mainly a result of increased contractual costs and costs related to salaries and benefits. On the next page, we go into your federal grant compliance audit or single audit. The district qualified as a low-risk auditee. That means there is no material misstatements or significant deficiencies in financial reporting in the last 2 years, and there was no findings related to compliance audit in the last 2 years. The following programs were tested for compliance. Title I grants to local educational agencies and the special education cluster. No material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in internal control over compliance were identified. However, material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in internal control over compliance may exist that were not identified. The results of our tests disclose no instances of noncompliance or other matters that are required to be reported under government auditing standards or uniform guidance. On the next page is our general report to the board. Significant accounting practices are described in Note 1 of the financial statements. Accounting estimates were reasonable and supported. The financial statement disclosures are neutral, consistent, and clear. We had no difficulties in performing our audit or disagreements with management over any accounting, reporting, or auditing matters. We are not aware of any consultations about accounting or auditing matters between management and other independent public accountants. There were no disagreements with management about matters related to the district's financial statements or to our auditor's report. And there are no other matters that we consider significant to the oversight of the district's financial reporting process that have not been previously communicated. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you.
Yep.
That was quite a lot and a lot of numbers.
Yeah.
Maybe we just go back to the very beginning of the report, and you could
Sure.
explain to some of the people that are here and watching on stream what it means when I'm not sure if everybody has this, probably not. But one of the first points you make is that there were unmodified opinions issued on the following reports: basic financial statements, the federal grant compliance audit, and the extra classroom activities fund. So what does it mean when you say we have unmodified opinions?
An unmodified opinion is what is otherwise known as a clean opinion. There was no significant...
I like that word, clean opinion. Okay.
Yeah, well, unmodified is the standard term. It means there's no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in financial reporting or internal control over reporting related to the financial statements.
Okay, and that's good, right?
Correct, that's what you want.
Thank you. And then the third bullet says the results of our test disclosed no instances of material weaknesses or significant deficiencies.
Correct.
And that's good, right?
Yes, yes.
So if you take nothing from this report, take that. Unmodified opinion, no instances of material weaknesses or significant deficiencies.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome. Anything else? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering, while you're here, I know that you mentioned in your report that there was no obstruction to you gathering data and getting information. So let me just be very clear that the business office was very instrumental in helping you to get the information that you need. So I would like to congratulate again for the third year in the row, Mary O'Neill and her team at the business office for a job well done and keeping us in amazing compliance. So thank you, and I think we all, if you please join me in thanking the business department under the leadership of Mary O'Neill for a job well done.
And I do have to thank the business office because they work really hard over the summer and actually beginning in the spring to start closing everything out so we are ready for the auditor's arrival.
Right,
So thank
and-
you, business office.
Right, and anyone who works in a school district knows that when it's audit season, the business office is a whole different place. The energy and just making sure that everything is T's across and I's are dotted, and they did a phenomenal job, again, at making sure that Westbury remains in great, not good, but great standing, and I thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Costello, if you wouldn't mind, we're going to move now to the section of our agenda when we take questions from community members.
Sure.
If you wouldn't mind just staying for that part, in case
Okay.
there are any questions they want to ask of you.
Sure, not a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So, does anybody have a question for Mr. Costello or any of us on the dais, or a comment?
Is it available to the public? The financial report, once it's been approved, will be published on the district's website.
Okay. And there are no other questions?
So just in case anyone at home did not hear Mr. Chester McGibbon's question, he asked, is the report available to the public? And Mr. Costello said once the board approves it, it will be posted onto our website.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Costello. I think you are excused. Oh. Can you come to the mic? I know you want to ask a question of the student board member.
I do have a question about, good evening, everyone. I do have a question. You said earlier something about property law.
Can you please just talk into the mic so everybody can hear you?
You said something
Your name,
about-
please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me start all over. Good evening,
Thank you.
everyone. I am Elizabeth Hunt, 535 Alicia Drive. My son is Eli. Hi, Eli. My question is, you had mentioned earlier in the report about property law.
Yep.
Can you expand on that, please?
Under New York State real property tax law, section 1318, school districts are only allowed to maintain 4% of their fund balance as unrestricted, or 4% of the subsequent year's budget as unrestricted. This is to prevent school districts from amassing too much money in their fund balance accounts. The unrestricted is what is set aside for normal operations. Restricted items would include stuff set aside specifically for repairs, capital improvements, benefits, liabilities. So 4% is the limitation. The district was at 5.33%, which is only a 1.33% above it. There is no real consequence to this, but the district has submitted a corrective action plan, which is in the financial statements, to have this corrected by this time next year.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Hunt, I just want to, I think it was last meeting or maybe the meeting before when we talked about the Westbury School Board having a fund balance that exceeds 4% of its next year's budgeted amount. That 4%, and so we are at 5.33%. So we're a little bit in excess of the 4%. It's really difficult to manage that number exactly, but I will tell you that that's an outdated, in my view, and I'm speaking just in my view, that's an outdated guideline that was set decades ago and doesn't reflect today's realities. You know, we're going to get a criticism, and I will defend that very vigorously because we are living in a time when the funding we get from government is very uncertain. And the amounts we were promised from Washington or from the state are subject to question now. And so it's my belief, at any rate, that having an excess above the 4% is justified in this environment. I will tell you that that's a 4% is a guideline for school districts, but the state itself has a fund balance that's about 30%. So if the state can maintain 30% for good and prudent reasons, I don't think it's really unfair for us to have a fund balance that's slightly above the 4%. That's a fuller response to what that's about. Sorry, you can come back up. Oh, okay. So she said she appreciates it, so thank you. Okay, thank you very much. We're now going to, and I think there are, oh, okay.
It's not about the audit.
Oh, okay.
Thanks. Isabella Hamilton, Lomax 565 Jefferson Street. Congratulations on the audit. That's great. I did have a question about the report that was given earlier by the facilities team and the conservation efforts. So the windmill and the solar panels at the high school and the middle school, and I know that we're hitting the conservation targets. Does that translate to savings for the district?
Yeah, so the savings for the option A are recorded in kilowatt hours. in reduction of kilowatt hours, meaning how much kilowatts we actually use. So for the solar system, there's an 803 kilowatt carport system here at the high school and a 340 kilowatt roof mounted system at the middle school. And the energy savings was a reduction. The solar PV system resulted in an electrical consumption reduction of 1.4 million kilowatt hours per year, which meets the guarantee.
Okay, all right, thank you. Then I also had a follow-up question on, are we doing agenda items? I can ask a question on the agenda. I just wanted to make sure this isn't specific.
Ask a question on what? I didn't hear you.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure I can ask questions on the agenda. This wasn't just about the audit. Okay, so I did have a question about agenda item 5D, which is D as in David. Okay, which is the Everybody Wins. I'm excited to see that that is starting up again. I just wanted to know, like, ages and how will the parents and know that it's coming, and I'm sure you'll be excited to tell us. And that's my final question.
So before Ms. Barnett answers that question, just so for context, what Ms. Lomax is describing is our amazing signature Saturday Academy. We are one of the few districts in America that opens its schools 6 days a week to our scholars. 6 days a week. And some people may think, oh my God, don't you think 5 is enough? No, they want to be there. It is an amazing program led by amazing educators. And so we're very proud to be a school district that opens its doors 6 days a week. I apologize to the community for the Saturday morning traffic, but what a good reason to have traffic because kids are in school. And so, Ms. Barnett, I pass it to you.
Thank you. So Saturday Academy is twofold. We offer the STEAM program as well as a theater program. And you'll see later on in the agenda, we are appointing our illustrious lead teacher for the program. She's here in the audience today, Ms. Lorraine Massione, who's been doing an incredible job historically, and we are looking forward to another wonderful year under her leadership. This particular contract relates to our partnership with Mint Holdings. We colloquially call them Catalyst Academics, and they operate our STEAM program. That program is for scholars in K through 8th grade. Ms. Massione, as she'll be appointed tonight, will be taking the helm of doing our recruiting and advertising to get students enrolled in this program. And an exciting feature of this year's STEAM program is that we are actually embedding some teaching and learning around AI. So our scholars at the middle elementary and middle school age levels will be learning about ethical uses of AI and engaging in an AI platform to do some innovative STEAM work. But aside from this contract item, you also still see our theater program, which is, again, open to all ages in the elementary and middle school. And Ms. Massione, I am sure, is bubbling with ideas in the back there with ways that we will be connecting with families and getting those permission slips out in the coming days.
Okay, and that starts when?
First day with students is going to be November 22nd.
Oh, okay, the dates that are in here. Okay.
Yes, November 22nd. And this year we are going to be hosting at Drexel Avenue.
All will be at Drexel?
All Saturday programs will be at Drexel Avenue. We rotate through the elementary buildings so that families have access.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Chester McGibbon, 502 Alicia Drive. Before I get to my question, Mr. President, you might not believe this, but I really don't take any pleasure in coming to my meetings after meetings and asking questions. I wish there were times when I don't have any questions to ask or anything to say, but you know, we are operating a budget of over $200 million, and I'm always seeking ways to slow the progression of that dollar amount. A full disclosure, I've never not voted for a budget, even in the days of contingency budgets. I think we had 5 consecutive years, one back in the day. I've never not voted for a budget. So this is leading me up to the question, my question. Question 7M. It's the annual conference, attendance of the annual conference for New York State Trustee Members Association.
Which item, 7?
7M. And I'm just wondering if you could make the case for me as to why it would make sense to rotate the attendance of members, trustees to these meetings, like send in 3 at a time and have them bring back a report. The way of saving money or cutting costs for these conferences. I must say, Mr. President, you're not a fan of, I don't think you regularly attend these conferences. And could you tell us why? You yourself personally.
I'm sorry, are you asking why I don't attend the conferences? You know, it's just a personal decision on my part not to attend. I wouldn't want anybody here to think that it means that I don't think that these are valuable to school board members to go to. I really do think they are valuable. And the times I have gone to conferences like this or other seminars, I have found that they almost always generate an idea that can be brought back to the district and applied. So I think they are of tremendous value. There are, I think all 6 of the board members, aside from me, are going. I'm not sure if that's right, but I have full trust and confidence that whatever that they bring, whatever they find that is meaningful at this or any other conference, they will bring back to me.
And that's a general idea of my question. Why 6 at a time? Can you rotate them? Send 3 this year, 3 next year, and so forth.
Mr. President, I'd like to respond to that.
Sure.
Okay, Mr. McGivens, this is an opportunity for many of the board members and all of the board members to get ideas. There are so many seminars and sessions at the conference that is impossible for 3 of us to get information about of all the vast information there is. Many of the initiatives, both academically, security-wise, facility-wise, that we, and economics and how we handle things govern, have been learned through these conferences, and we've brought them back. Vestibule ideas, the ideas regarding the EPCs that we have talked about savings, issues regarding how we do our budget, how we run the meetings, so many different things that we learn. Academic, IB was, although introduced by several of the superintendents, but getting information from other school districts that have actually gone through the process. These conferences are necessary for us to get the information to bring out the best to our school district. We have, you remember, you're stating the fact that we've had 5 consecutive contingency budgets. A lot of the reasons why we've changed some of that is because we've been able to change our messaging and utilize different opportunities to change our messaging to help with our presentation of the budget and giving information on what we're doing with the budget and helping our taxpayers and our constituents. So there are, and if you were to see some of the programs that were available at the conferences, it is impossible for 3, 2, or 1 person to get all the information. We all go to different ones, and we confer and talk about
I get you. So there are different events going on.
Right,
at
the same time.
Thank you. Thanks
If
for
I
that.
can add to that, Mr. McGibbon, the National School Board Association Conference is attended by school board members, superintendents, other administrators from across the United States. And we are able to garner relationships at times with these other school board members and administrators and attendees from different states. And we can share in some of our challenges, and we can share in some of the solutions.
No, I got you.
It's
thanks
very
for that
valuable.
clarification. Thank you. Thank you so much for that.
I'm not sure everybody's looking at the agenda item, but if you were to rotate and let's say you suggest do 3 and 3, 3 board members this year, 3 next year, what you're talking about is a savings of $1,500. And so I don't mean to suggest that we're not sensitive to even $1,500. But
$1,500?
$1,500, right. And in a budget of $201 million, $1,500 is really not terribly much in the context of, in the last 3 years, we've actually cut property taxes by 5%. So I think we are being mindful to the taxpayer, but also recognizing that as with the same way we educate staff members and send them to training, we should invest that money in board members as well.
Okay.
And let's just say a $500 investment in one board member, there's no telling what that person might learn at a school board conference or convention that would far exceed that cost.
No, thank you. Thanks for that. Thank you. If I could turn your attention to agenda item 6W. That's the Title I Seal of Civic Readiness Committee appointment. Is this a state-mandated thing? What's the criteria for selection, and what's the functionality of this? How do you function?
Good evening.
Good evening.
It is a designation that is placed on a scholar's diploma, high school diploma, having completed a criteria. I'm going to pass the baton over to Mr. Brendan Gallivan, who will speak about our Seal of Civic Readiness. And I just want to also share with you that we've increased the number of scholars who receive the Seal of Civic Readiness from year to year, and we're just really proud of that data. I didn't mean to steal that from you, Brendan. Go ahead, I'm sorry. I got carried away.
Good evening, Mr.
The
McGivens.
criteria for selection.
Pardon me?
The criteria to be selected to be on that committee, what is the criteria?
We have had Ms. Fuller, who's in the audience, and other staff members who have chosen to take up the mantle of leading the opportunity for students to earn the Seal of Civic Readiness. On the horizon is something called the Portrait of a Graduate. New York State and other states have adopted this. And part of that initiative is to uncover and design multiple pathways towards graduation. So, for example, we have traditionally had different variations of a Regents diploma. As we evolve how students' particular skills can be recognized, one of the ways, as the superintendent just alluded to, is this acquisition of a seal. So for example, we've also recognized our scholars who have earned the seal of biliteracy. So as they graduate, it's recognized publicly and on a document that, and of course in their college transcripts, that in addition to all the academic wonders that they've undertaken, they've also recognized for their competency in multiple languages. In this instance, they're recognized for their commitment to taking informed civic action, to applying their social studies learning, in this instance, their civic learning, to pursuits outside the classroom. And so we've evolved, and I apologize in advance, Ms. Fullo, if I get the numbers wrong, but roughly in our first year, I believe we were in the vicinity of just under 100 scholars. 150, thank you, Ms. Fullo. And again, I'll continue to apologize. So 150 scholars, and most, so we've We've exceeded that. By what percentage point, Ms. Fellow? So we, from 150, went to 200 scholars. And meanwhile, we have some very acclaimed districts who are doing wonderful work near us who aspire to get close to 50% of a graduating class. And we've well exceeded that because we are, this is part of our way of recognizing, again, what scholars, the capacities they have outside of the classroom and how they're applying their learning outside of the classroom, and also ways to kind of bring the full scholar to life as they move on to the next stage of whatever their pursuits may be.
And once they are so accorded, they function in the school to do what? How they?
Well, that's the charge of our coordinators. And so some of the work is dedicated to different service activities. Ms. Fellow, you're welcome to come up and speak about the wonderful work you're committed to for the past 2 years. She's been really leading this charge.
Okay.
But and the numbers continue to increase. Our scholars from all different walks of life are represented in this group. And again, it gives a chance for us to recognize not just what's happening inside classrooms, but how scholars are growing in terms of character and willingness to be a purposeful and committed part of their community.
No, thank you. Thank you so much. And my last question is agenda item 8D. Said it's amended from what was adopted at the September 16th meeting. And I'm just trying to follow this. If you could cut through the legalese and explain to me in layman's term, what is this all about? My understanding is that it's BOCES that does all our bidding on contracts. Is that what this is saying?
Thank you for your question, Mr. McGibbon. I'm going to pass that on to Robin Barnett, who will provide you with a response to your question.
Hi, Mr. McGibbon. So
Hi.
8D is the amendment to the adoption of the Western Suffolk BOCES RFP, which was initially adopted on September 16th of this school year. When we had put it on the September 16th agenda, when it got carried over from the planning to the action meeting, something wonky happened in the computer where it blended language from another RFP, actually our UPK RFP, and the language in the September agenda wasn't accurate. So this is intended to update the language so that it's clear regarding what we are actually approving is the Western Suffolk BOCES RFP. Essentially what this is that Western Suffolk BOCES puts out an RFP for all sorts of what are called related services in the world of PPS or pupil personnel services. That could include nursing agencies, speech evaluations, things that you might have to go outside of the district to get those services brought in through an RFP. By adopting the Western Suffolk BOCES RFP, we are then able to contract with any agency that has gone through their RFP process seamlessly so that we are able to basically get a Me Too rider on their agreements, which allows us to have lower rates and a wider breadth of services available to us and our scholars.
So they provide that framework, and then you follow their lead?
Yes, so Western Suffolk BOCES issues an RFP for all sorts of related services. They get bids, they review them, and then anyone who joins their RFP, we are then entitled access to those agencies they've partnered with.
I got you. Thank you so much. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Are there any other questions? Okay. Good evening, Glennis.
Good evening, all. Board, thank you for this opportunity. Glennis Palacios, 516 Benin Road. I do have a couple of questions, so just bear with me. Number one, are there any plans for extending bathrooms when we do have athletic events rather than using porta potties? Maybe a future project?
Repeat, what is you're asking?
Yeah. Are there any plans for additional bathrooms perhaps in where, the athletic or events happen,
You mean,
rather
you're
than
talking about
using
the high
porta
school?
potties?
The high school
Yeah,
field, right.
yes,
And so,
correct.
at the football game this past Friday, there were porta potties lined up behind one of the sheds. And so your question is there any plans to extend the bathroom that's in the facilities building
Correct.
to accommodate people at football game?
Or any other events, yes.
Currently, there are no plans.
Community events as well.
There are currently no plans for that right now.
Okay, so we'll continue to use porta potties.
Yes.
Okay. Number 2, I'm not sure if this is correct or not, but please correct me if it's not. I think either a couple of, perhaps at the end of the last year, they were removing the stoves at each of the school buildings, or were they being replaced? And if they were being removed, is there any hot cooking at schools? So I'm not sure, again, if the schools, I'm not sure if it was just at the middle school, but I'd like to know if that was replaced or.
As part of planned projects for this year, we updated the home economics room at the middle school. We did pull out the old stoves from the 1950s and we replaced them with brand new stoves. So there was 1-for-1 replacement.
In the cafeterias as well, or no? They still have hot working stoves, or? No?
So it's a different topic.
Sorry.
Okay, so thank you.
But thank you for that.
Yeah, last year, I think what you're questioning is last year we did about an $800,000 improvement in our kitchen equipment. We did remove the stoves. We replaced them with combi ovens, which is the most advanced ovens you can get. That was at the request of Aramark, because we really didn't need the stoves. Everything we were doing can be cooked in the combi ovens. The only stove that we did keep in the district is at the high school, because we use that on certain occasions during the year, and we still have a stove there. Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. My third question regards to ENL classes, specifically geared to the middle school. Again, this is just to clarify. Are there any of those classes that were actually removed and all those students put into general classes? Or are we still offering ENL classes?
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr.
Excuse me. No, certainly there are New York State mandates that undergird all of our moves in terms of how we offer ENL services, services to our language learners. But in addition to that, here in Westbury, we have a rich tradition of offering a really well-tiered, well-scaffolded support for English learners, and we have a significant rate of scholars who exit from ENL services during their time in the middle school, as a matter of fact. So to answer your question, no. There's been no scaling back on services, and services are provided dependent upon scholars' linguistic abilities as well as other needs and considerations.
Okay, thank you for that.
Ms. Palacios, I just want to also add that this year at the middle school, we not only expanded our ENL program, but we also rolled up a bilingual program into the 6th grade. So our scholars who have been engaging in the bilingual program in elementary school now had the opportunity to continue in that if their NYSET scores indicated they were still to receive those services. So at the middle school, Ms. Jagan was able to roll out bilingual services in both science and social studies. So scholars who are at the entering and emerging levels receive services in both, and scholars at the transitioning and expanding receive services in one of those courses in a bilingual setting as well. So we actually expanded the program.
And that was for 6th grade, you said?
Yes, it rolled up to 6th grade this year, and the goal is to roll up to 7th the following year.
Okay.
And then follow up with 8th.
So
thank you.
Simply put, some of our scholars who qualify the program are receiving science and social studies instruction in Spanish as part of our commitment to bilingual programming.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I wanted just to make sure that was, okay, perfect. And my last question would be, do we know how many teaching positions are still not filled for this school year? Because I know we're still hiring some teachers, or some students may not have any teachers per se, and we're now in October, so I just want to know if there is a number of teaching positions still not.
In the elementary buildings, every classroom has a certified teacher.
Okay.
I can speak to that in K-5.
Okay.
I don't know the number offhand, but as we are expanding our special education services, we are still hiring positions because we have situations where at CSE meetings, annual review meetings, we may have students coming from outside placement into the district, which necessitates our need to hire. But we do have certified teachers in every classroom while we're going throughout the hiring process.
Okay.
Every child has a teacher.
Okay, and I was referring, not that we know we hired certified teachers. Just want to make sure I'm clear. But specifically, let's say high school, and I think middle school, there's still maybe not a full-time teacher hired for a class or student per se, for students?
So in those situations, we have our certified teachers engaging in 6-class coverage. So if the full-time teacher hasn't been hired yet, we still ensure that every child has a certified teacher in the classroom, whether it's a full-time teaching position or a 6-class coverage, but every child has a teacher.
Okay.
Dr. Bloom, I just want to make sure that the message that is going out to the community and to people who are watching about the classrooms, because that's important, because so many classrooms in the country are without teachers. Can you just reiterate again that every classroom in our school district has a certified teacher? Every scholar has a teacher assigned to him or her in a classroom.
So thank you, Dr. Chase. Right now in the United States, there is a teacher shortage, and there are some schools throughout the United States where they're unable to fill classroom positions, whether hiring new staff or filling them with current staff. Even on Long Island a few years ago, there was a high school where only 50% of the students had teachers. We are extremely fortunate that we have candidates who want to work in the Westbury Union Free School District, and we have individuals who are willing to leave tenured jobs in order to come here to work in Westbury schools. And while we're engaging in the hiring process, we're also fortunate that we can have our current teachers serving as 6-class coverage teachers to take on the teaching responsibilities while we're in the hiring process, which in the end result, and Dr. Chase, I'll say it again, that every child in the school district has a certified teacher in the classroom.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, not that this will make a difference in terms of my understanding, but I think in referencing the cost for the trip that I spoke about, I think you mentioned $1,500. It's really $15,000. Not that it will make a difference to me.
No. Sorry? Oh, you said M. Yep.
No, the cost for the trip that I spoke about.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I thought you asked about 6, or was it 7M? Maybe I misheard you. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about 7M, which has a total cost of about $3,000.
No. So just for
But you were talking about
clarification.
7L?
Yes.
Okay, right.
Thank you.
And, Okay, are there any other questions?
Isabella Hamilton, Lomax 565 Jefferson Street. I'm sorry, I have to circle back on 2 things. One about the porta potties, because I was at the game last week, and one of the other schools did make a comment about us having porta potties. What is the reason we have the porta potties? I know that there's 2 at the high school. I know that there's 2 restrooms behind the concession stand that are not in use. So why are we using porta potties? Someone?
Dr. Chase?
why are we using porta potties? I think Mr. Sudrin can better answer your question.
The porta potties were brought in to have additional bathrooms, additional support for the athletic events, have them a little closer. We brought a washing station. I understand there was, I guess, a misunderstanding with my staff that the bathrooms this past weekend were not unlocked, and that'll be rectified for the future. So they should be open and accessible for any time we have any of our sporting events.
That makes sense. Okay, thank you. And okay, it's the high school. In that back hallway, the old part of the school, is there air conditioning back there? In the summer, I was walking through, and the porta potty question, I don't know why it triggered this question. I was walking through the new part and walked past the older part with the swimming pool, and the temperature difference was significant. And it had me thinking about, I guess, the legislation in New York where if the temperature in the building gets hotter than, I think, 85 degrees, we may have to do something with the students in the class. So I guess my two-part question, is there air conditioning in that wing? How do we measure the temperature in that section? And then I guess what are our plans to make sure we're compliant with that legislation or law? Thanks.
We're going to ask our resident member of the facilities committee that is also an engineer to handle that question.
So, Isabella, that was another discussion topic that we had in the facilities committee. So we identified the number of classrooms in the high school that don't have air conditioning. The total number, I don't remember offhand, but the cost, 30. So the cost to provide air conditioning to those 30 classrooms, there's multiple options. One was for those through the window air conditions. The other one was for split units, and the other one was for like a central unit that has ducting. All were large capital project numbers. So what we suggested as a facilities committee with the upgrades to the BMS is to trend those classrooms. We asked that the facilities department pull the trends on those classrooms, because those classrooms do have thermostats in them. So we can see which, because they're measures that the state gave. So based upon the temperature threshold, there are measures that need to be put in place before mechanical air conditioning is mandated to be installed. So before we just had a knee-jerk reaction, we asked that the facilities department pull the trends to see which classrooms out of the 30 are either at or near that threshold, and prioritize them for cooling versus just trying to have a capital project for 30 air conditioning. Mind you, with the whole shift in energy conservation, the through the window air conditions, where they may give you the comfort that you want, they're not energy efficient. So, and in the central air conditioning units with the ducting is a large cost, because you have to add ductwork within the ceiling, and sometimes you don't have the room. So then you have the split units, where like we have now, the internal unit and the external unit. That is probably a better option, but it's one that we're investigating to find out what's best.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you.
Anybody have a question other than Chester and Isabel? Seeing no one, we will move to a section of the agenda that I most enjoy, is when we give out commendations to our scholars. Dr. Chase?
Exciting part of the meeting. We love recognizing our scholars for their amazing achievements. It gives us, let me just find this on the agenda. It gives us great pleasure to identify NYSSMA All-State Festival scholar, Mr. Jaden Marino. I'm going to ask Mr. Rubenstein, please come forward.
Thank you, Dr. Chase. First, I have to comment, I didn't know I was going to be presenting in front of one of my first trombone players. So now I'm really nervous. Thank you for that. I didn't get the heads up there. But I could not be more pleased tonight to be here to make this kind of a presentation to the Board of Education of the Westbury School District for the second consecutive year. It is with your consistent support and trust in the music teachers of Westbury that we can now have this caliber of student achievements happening here now regularly. Had last year's accomplishments of now alumnus Bradley Armand not occurred, we would be saying that Jaden Marino is the first Westbury School District music student since 1996. And if you were in the community or working here in 1996, like Dr. Dickerson, you'll remember that it was James Burton, who was actually somebody, when I was in high school making the same groups Jaden was with, I had the pleasure to play with and meet and still see once in a while. So, to be selected to the New York State All-State Music Festival. Bradley beat Jaden by 1 year, but that in no way diminishes Jaden's accomplishments as a first horn player for the New York State Music Association All-State Band. Jaden is one of 4 first French horn players across the entire state. Jaden was accepted into the All-State Band after receiving a grade of 99 on his NISMA All-State Solo. A portion you will be listening to in just a moment. Jaden also has been selected every year to NMEA, Nassau Music Educators Association's All-County Festival for the last 5 years, including this year, and is also a 2-year member of the most prestigious youth band of Long Island, the Nassau Suffolk Wind Symphony. Yeah. Jaden will be performing in Rochester, New York at the NISMA All-State Festival this coming December with the other 150 music students from across the entire state. Jaden and his accompanist, Dr. Professor Jonathan Waxman, will be performing a portion of Paul Hindemith's Sonata for Horn. Please enjoy, and congratulations, Jaden and Westbury, on this spectacular and rare achievement.
Next, we'd like to, wait, can we give it up for Jaden again? It's pretty amazing. For outstanding artwork of Remembrance September 11th Memorial, we wish to call Miss Regina Folo to the, I saw her, oh, there she is, to recognize our outstanding scholar for their amazing artwork.
Thank you and good evening, board members, Superintendent Dr. Chase, and the esteemed panel here. So yes, we conducted, Ms. Kivney and I put together last year a joint or interdisciplinary project where the students would create artwork that would go towards the covers for the social studies workbooks in the elementary. And we had so many great pieces of art that we used them as the dividers for each unit because we had so many. And this particular one by Dulce Mendoza Arriaga was very well done. And it was about 9/11, as Dr. Chase mentioned, and we thought that it was really powerful, but we were very sensitive to the subject and putting it into a book that may go home or the staff may have some reaction to. So we did not add it to the books, but we were able to find another outlet to showcase the work. Ms. Gray, who organizes our 9/11 commemoration at the high school, she was able to find a memorial event in Massapequa that showcased the work. So congratulations, if Dulce is here. Dulce Mendoza Arriaga, if she's here, no? Okay. Okay, so in addition, we have the artwork that was used. Now, in the program, it follows in alphabetical order by grade, but we're going to use it to follow the presentation. So the cover for first grade is by Omari Cruz Rosales. Omari?
You know what, Ms. Folo, can you do me a favor? Yes. Can you explain what this is, the textbook cover that will be widely used and what this particular category of awards happen to be? This is fascinating.
Okay, yes. So we put it out through the art teachers and classroom elementary teachers last year, and we gave them the different topics which followed the New York State Social Studies Framework topics for each grade. And so students created these just pieces of art that they came up with based on the options that were given to them. So some of the students, it doesn't reflect their grade, that we felt it fit in another grade. So you may see a second grade student's work in a fourth grade book. Now these are the books, these are workbooks based on the curriculum that we've put together for social studies in the elementary. And so we've also had the support here from Dr. Chase to put together workbooks for the students so that they have that book, they have all of their materials there, And through BOCES printing, we're able to have a book for every student to do their social studies work in. So they have different units that follow each one. First one typically is geography, and then it changes per grade depending on the topics.
So what I thought I heard you say was that our teachers, our educators, under your leadership, created
And
their
Ms. Kevney.
and Ms. Kevney's
Yes.
created their own social studies resources.
The covers.
The
Yes.
covers. What about the actual material?
The materials, that's the Social Studies Council, the Elementary Council, and some of the work from BOCES.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But a lot of it came from our own folk,
Yes, kindergarten, first, second, all came from ours, yeah.
from our people.
Yes.
I love it. Just had to say that.
Yes. Ms. Zizzo is one of them. She's here tonight. I'm trying to see if I see anybody.
We are a school district that teaches social studies.
Yes.
So I want to be clear about that. We're not math and ELA all day. We teach
Gosh, no.
content area. So secondary teachers who are in the audience, we are committed to teaching content as well. Had to say that. It's one of those, if you know, you know.
And Ms. Folo is being modest. She has stewarded this work since its inception. A lot of folks have chimed in, but it's been her broad shoulders, her diligence, and her ability to get the most out of her colleagues in a collaborative spirit to create these materials that were created in part because we wanted something special for Westbury, but also because there is no model. So Ms. Folo and these great teachers here in Westbury have kind of blazed a trail here.
Thank you. Okay, so for our first grade workbook, again, the cover was from Omar Cruz Rosales. Unit 2 was Jaden Ortega Guerra. Please come up. You here? No? Okay. Unit 3 was Sophia Popo. Unit 4, Luke Smith. And, yep, come on. Unit 5 is Mohammed Yassin Mia. All right, in the second grade work, the cover was done by Edwin Sorto Rodriguez. Edwin? Unit 2 was Elgar Orellana Cantarero. Unit 3 was Mason Lawson. Unit 4, Matthew Mejia Perez. Unit 5, Christian Camino Dominguez. All right, and third grade work, the cover was by Daslin Alvarado Pineda. Unit 2, Iker Escobar Pineda. Unit 3, Kelly Hercules Garcia. Unit 4, Sergio Vasquez Rosendo. Unit 5, Davian Manassar. And Unit 6, Elisa Ranklin.
They get it.
Great work. So cute. And fourth grade, our cover is by Jocelyn Izaguirre. Unit 2 was by Yelena Romero Llanes. Unit 3, Jaron Rodriguez Cruz. Unit 4, Decatur Blair. Unit 5, Isaac Andino Velasquez. And Unit 6 is Aston Suruj Nareen. And fifth grade work, the cover is by Marjorie de Jesus Rosendo. Unit 2, Sofia Perez Guillen. Yeah, that one we kind of edited because of the guns. And next year, the end of this year, for next year's books, we know to put like no weapons and things of that sort, so little caveats. That was the full picture. We were able to crop that because it was so well done. We wanted to use the individual. So that was the full work. Okay, so Unit 2 was Sofia Perez Guillen. Unit 3 is Dalia de Rossier. I don't know if you can read it. You have Harriet Tubman and I Have a Dream. There's Rosa Parks, and I think it's probably her in the middle, and then the Statue of Liberty there. Unit 4 is Kennedy Midi. And Unit 6, Christian Flores Lara. And I think the next slide should be the 9/11, if it's there. Is there any more? No? Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Folo, thank you so much for your leadership as well as Ms. Keaveney's leadership in this interdisciplinary work. It is clear that we have immense talent amongst us tonight. So scholars, I'm going to ask if you can take your certificate and hold it right by your belly button, because we don't want to block those beautiful faces. I need everyone to make sure that when you look out at the audience, you can see Ms. Bunger. Ms. Bunger, can you raise your hand so that they know who you are? Make sure that you can see Ms. Bunger from where you are. That's how we're going to make sure that Mr. Alert can see you in the photo. Yep. Okay, I see a few more parents and grown-ups taking photos. Smile for the audience.
No, why don't you turn around?
Okay, thank you, scholars.
The board president requests that they turn around.
Oh, I love that.
Can
Okay,
you-
scholars, turn around.
I want to get my own picture, okay?
He wants his own picture of the rock stars. But if you're in the back, we're going to ask that you come to the front.
Thank you so much.
He'll be asking for your autographs.
Thank you, scholars, for sharing your art with us. You can return to your seats. And thank you, families, for fostering the love of art and for sharing your young artists with us.
I told you that before.
thought she was doing lower levels. I didn't know she was doing younger levels. Do we have any more? That was a wonderful display, Ms. Folo, and everybody else that participated in that. And when you look at these young people and Jaden, who played the horn for us, and Eli, it's just, we should be very proud in Westbury that we have students of this caliber and maturity and staff teaching them. Thank you all very much for your contributions. We'll now move to the voting portion of the agenda, and we are going to vote the entire agenda in one block vote, with the exception of 6EE, which is being withdrawn, and the exception of 6L and 6CC, and which I anticipate that Trustee Wilson will recuse herself from the votes on 6L and 6CC. Before we take the vote, we just want to acknowledge and recognize some new additions to the Westbury family. Being hired as a speech teacher in the Westbury Middle School is Mary Kate Kale. And Mary Kate, I've been waiting for your grandmother to walk in. Mary Kate's grandmother, Mrs. Kale, I always knew her as, was a secretary here at the high school for many, many, many years. She is 95 or 96. I don't think she'll mind me giving her age. It's about right? 96. She has an incredible memory, and she's an active poster to Facebook. And she is just so proud of you. I had the opportunity to talk with her for about half an hour one day, and it was all about you. And so she's, I know she couldn't be more pleased. As am I. It's really, your family is very special to me, but also we're just, as a board, we're just really happy to see members of the Westbury family. Your mom certainly is, and your dad and his brother and his brothers, all Westbury Dragons, and it's just so great to see someone like you coming home. So we're very happy to have you joining us. We are also hiring a social worker for Powers Lane. I don't believe she's here. Gabriela Borges. I guess you can't tell me I mispronounced her name, so I'm glad she's not here, but congratulations to her and welcome. We are hiring Nicole Guzman, a teaching assistant at Westbury Middle School. Is Nicole here? Hi. Nicole, you're being so shy and humble. Stand up, Nicole. And teaching assistant at Park Avenue, another Nicole, Nicole Wright. Are either of the Nicoles Westbury graduates? Okay. Well, welcome back, Nicole Wright. And we are hiring a part-time security aide substitute, Joseph Consiglio. Lorraine Picciarelli. And Lorraine is an occupational therapist. And Lorraine, who's that with you? Yeah, him. Welcome, husband. Thank you for being here and supporting your wife. Not here, but also we want to acknowledge them as being new hires. Casey Fitzsimmons, an occupational therapist also, and Michelle Marovich, who is going to be a school nurse district-wide. And then we have Tamik Williams, who's not here, but congratulations and welcome to all of you. And a leave replacement teacher, Tiffany Winans. And Tiffany, who's that with you? Okay. Welcome, Mom. Is Tiffany replacing Mary Kate as a speech therapist, leave replacement?
Yes, and due to new students enrolling in our district, because we have such an attractive offering here, we have more scholars who are in need of speech services because they know that the excellent quality of the education that we're able to provide to students with IEPs. So we continue to hire more speech therapists. We're hiring OTs on our staff, and it's a very exciting time here in Westbury.
Ms. Barnett, can I just ask a clarifying question? Does that reduce the outsource of those services by having these people internally hired here? Because, you know, we always get this onslaught of just consultants, right, who are working in our district and they're in and out. Just talk about the benefit of hiring these people who are in-house.
Absolutely. So we are always looking to bring as many staff onto our team so that they can be part of our Westbury family, because we recognize that when our consultants, when our specialized therapists, when our OT providers, PT providers, whatnot, are on our staff, they have a greater investment in our scholars, and our scholars deserve nothing but the absolute best. So in hiring additional speech therapists, we're able to ensure that all of their speech IEP mandates are met, and as well as have time built into the schedule for makeup sessions so that if a student goes on a field trip, they're still able to get those services met and it's not at a loss to their IEP. Similarly with OT, we're very excited because this was this is quite unique in that OT positions are not teachers certified positions, but they are civil service positions. And we are able to bring 2 occupational therapists onto our staff tonight, which again is very unique for districts on Long Island, but it will allow for our scholars to receive more consistent services, have their IEP mandates met, and met in ways that better serve our scholars. So rather than having contracted agencies send OTs into our district or to send speech pathologists in when we have gaps, who might only be able to say, well, I'm only coming at 9 a.m. on Mondays. Well, that's when our scholars might have math every day, or they might have phys ed, and it's not right for our scholars to miss out on those Tier 1 learning opportunities. So by having these specialists, these esteemed providers on our team, we're able to ensure that not only are we meeting IEP mandates, but we're doing so in a way that is not at the disservice of our Tier 1 instruction.
Thank you.
Question, does that have a cost savings to the district?
Absolutely. By bringing these professionals onto our team, we are able to cut costs dramatically in the same way that when we brought our Strive Scholars into our district, we were able to see reduced costs by having our staff handling our scholars and meeting their IEP needs. Mr. Mack, our Director of Special Education, has made a commitment to ensuring that the scholars that we have here on our school district grounds have their needs met, and that those needs are met through our most cost-efficient manner.
Thank you.
Okay, well, congratulations and welcome to all of you. We will now, as I said, we will now move to the voting portion of the agenda. Can I have a motion to approve as a block vote all of the items on tonight's agenda, with the exception of 6EE, which is being withdrawn, and the exception of 6L and 6CC. Do I have a motion to block vote those items?
So moved.
Been moved, I believe, by Trustee Vice President Ewing.
Second.
Second? Do we have a second?
Yes, second.
A second by Dr. Dickerson. It's been moved and seconded. Ayes. Trustee Flores?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Keynes?
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson?
Aye.
Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. So you all are not quite hired yet, okay? That comes next. May I have a motion to approve all of the items just approved for a block vote?
So moved.
So moved.
I believe it was moved by Trustee Keynes.
Flores.
Flores, thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Wilson. Ayes. Trustee Flores?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Keynes?
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson?
Aye.
Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Congratulations to all of you. The resolution is approved. You are hired.
Welcome.
Okay, now have a motion to approve items 6L and 6CC.
So moved.
Been moved by trustee Flores, I believe.
Yes.
The second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice President Ewing. Ayes, trustee Flores?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
I will abstain voting on these resolutions due to family ties.
Thank you. Trustee Keynes?
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson?
Aye.
Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Triano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. May I have a motion now to go into executive session to discuss an item of personnel? I anticipate there will be an executive session no later than 11 o'clock. And when we come out of executive session, there will be no votes other than to vote to come out of executive session and to vote to adjourn. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Been
Second.
moved.
Flores and Wilson.
Okay, been moved by trustee Flores, seconded by trustee Wilson. Ayes, trustee Flores.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Keynes.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Thank you all. Have a great rest of your night.
Miss Dingwall. Miss Dingwall. Mrs. Dingwall.
Okay, the board is coming back from executive session now. Two of our members will be here any second, but we're going to close out the meeting prior to their arriving. Can I have a motion to come out of executive session?
So moved.
Been moved by Dr. Dukas. Do we have a second?
Second?
Been seconded by Trustee Wilson. Ayes. Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Triano, vote aye. The motion carries. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Okay, we're now out of executive session. Thank you. We are back in executive session. During the meeting prior to going to executive session, we had voted to withdraw, we had withdrawn item 6EE. Now that we've gone to executive session, we're going to have a vote to put it back on the agenda, which will then be followed by a vote to either approve it or disapprove it. Can I have a motion to put item 6EE back on this evening's agenda?
So moved.
Been moved by Trustee Wilson. Do we have a second? Seconded by Trustee Dickerson. Ayes, Trustee Flores?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Keynes? Aye. Trustee Dickerson? Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Triano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. May I now have a motion to approve item 6EE? Been moved up by Dr. Dickerson. Second?
Second it.
Seconded by Trustee Flores. Ayes, Trustee Flores?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Keynes? Aye. Trustee Dickerson? Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Triano, vote aye. Motion carries. And item 6FF was approved during the meeting. There's actually no action should have been taken on that resolution in as much as there's no information in it. But for the sake of maintaining our records, and some district clerk in 5 or 10 years from now may be wondering what happened when the board approved this, when in fact there was nothing there. Just to eliminate that as a possibility, I'm going to ask for a motion to rescind item 6FF.
So moved.
Been moved by Trustee Keynes. We have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice President Ewing. Ayes, Trustee Flores?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Keynes? Aye. Trustee Dickerson? Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Triano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. May I now have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Been moved by Trustee Keynes. We have a second?
Second it.
Seconded by Trustee Flores. Ayes, Trustee Flores?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Keynes? Aye. Trustee Dickerson? Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Triano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.